Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker on this Monday afternoon, and we are watching for the possibility of some severe weather moving across Acadiana. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is out for parts of western Acadiana. This time around, it's going to be for parts of Calcasieu and Beauregard parishes. A storm is moving off toward the east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. And as it moves, it is possibly going to have quarter-sized hail. Damage to vehicles is expected, and that large hail could continue to move off toward the east. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Beauregard and Calcasieu Parish, and that's going to be until 4 o'clock. Going to go ahead and zoom in on the radar that I've got here and just kind of give you an idea where we're talking about. The warning hasn't come out here on the map just yet, but as it does pop up, I think we're going to be seeing that area where it's just to the east, where we're going to be seeing the possibility of, or where that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be taking place. As it moves off toward the east at about 40 miles per hour, you do need to take shelter there, especially if you live in the northern sections of Calcasieu Parish, Big Woods, Starks, and then going into southern portions of Beauregard Parish. Now, DeQuincy there in Calcasieu, and then pushing off toward the north and east there to the west of the 171 corridor. So do take cover immediately. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for southwestern Beauregard as well as northwestern Calcasieu Parish until 4 o'clock. A storm moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour could be producing quarter-sized hail. If any other warnings come up, I'll be sure to let you know. For now, we're going to leave it back onto the radar here. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Calcasieu and Beauregard parishes. That is going to be until about 4 o'clock. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Time right now is 3:46. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect for parts of Calcasieu Parish, southern Beauregard Parish. And it looks like that storm's going to be, that warning rather, is going to be in effect until 4:45 later this afternoon. Just a little while ago, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending near Rose City over in Texas and moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail can be expected with this particular storm. Beaumont, Lake Charles, Sulphur, Orange, Vidor, and Bridge City all in the path of this storm, as well as Westlake, Moss Bluff, and DeQuincy, Ragley, Starks, and over toward Pine Forest and Lakeview also in the path of this particular storm. All that in eastern Texas and the western portion of Louisiana, particularly there over parts of Beauregard and into central portions of Calcasieu Parish. Now, this particular storm, even though the warning is not showing up just quite yet on this particular scene, the warned area is going to be right about in here, going down to around the central part of Calcasieu Parish and also covering portions of Calcasieu and southern portions of Beauregard Parish. Now, this storm again has been producing quite a bit of wind and also some hail. We've gotten some reports of some quarter-sized hail out of this particular storm, and it is moving there just to the north of Interstate 10 and will continue to slide off toward the east. Looks like the worst of it is going to be crossing over the river and then pushing into Starks, and eventually will probably push into north central portions of Calcasieu Parish there just south of DeQuincy. Going to go ahead and refresh the image here so that we get the latest data for you, but that wall is that thunderstorm rather is continuing to move off toward the east, and with it, it's going to be bringing some pretty powerful winds to go along with it. As we look at that, we can see that those heavier downpours are going to be continuing as we get a refresh here, and it'll show the map is going to be showing those heavy rains continuing to move off toward the east, and the possibility that we're seeing some hail there in that warned area. Again, it's kind of slow to get this to roll in here, but just to the north of Lake Charles, you can see where the radar image there is, but you can see that the warned area now covers a good chunk of Calcasieu Parish, and that will be moving eastward along Interstate 10. If you're traveling westbound, though, you'll probably see the dark skies as you're heading toward the Texas state line. Right now, it does appear the worst of the weather, though, is just crossing there near Texas, across the Texas state line, and right there where Calcasieu and Beauregard parishes come together. This is an area we'll be watching pretty closely, and the storm again is moving off toward the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. As it does, we're going to be seeing those gusty winds, and where we're talking about the possibility of some 70-mile-per-hour winds might be actually out in this particular area where the storm system is starting to bow out forward a little bit. Again, this is also moving off to the east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So if you live there in Sulphur or toward Lake Charles, you are going to be experiencing this storm probably within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Looking at the bigger picture once again, we can see there's quite a bit of thunderstorm activity, a pretty good line that's now stretching here from just over southern parts of Beauregard Parish and then getting down into portions of the Texas Gulf Coast. That is all going to be moving off toward the east, so once it gets in here into the Acadiana area, we are going to be seeing it sliding across portions of Cameron, Jeff Davis, Vermilion, and eventually probably getting into Lafayette and Acadia parishes later on this afternoon. All of this right now is continuing to slide off toward the north and east, rather generally toward the east, but we've got an upper trough that's north of the area and a frontal boundary that's draped right across the region. So south of the front, we've got the warm, muggy conditions, and north of the front, it is slightly cooler, but right there on that boundary, we are seeing the showers and thunderstorms. So we've seen some thunderstorms get going here over portions of St. Landry and then getting into portions of St. Martin Parish Parish as well, and then right along the Highway 190 corridor across portions of Evangeline as well as Allen parishes, also seeing some pretty hefty rainfall totals there. We still have one warning that's in effect for about 10 more minutes or so. That warning was over southwestern portions of Calcasieu and southwestern Beauregard rather, and northwestern Calcasieu parishes. That initial warning is going to go ahead and expire, but the other warning has pretty much covered that one and then some over parts of Calcasieu Parish, and that one is going to be out a little bit longer. Looks like that one's going to be out until 4:45. So 4:45 is when that warning over Calcasieu Parish will be expiring. In between now and then, if you live there between Lake Charles and getting over toward the Texas state line along the I-10 corridor and then up toward DeQuincy, do be on the lookout for some hefty rains, also some large hail, could be up to quarter-sized hail, and some damaging winds as well, up to 70 miles per hour. This is an area that's also been hit pretty hard with heavy rain over the past several days and actually the past couple of weeks. So the grounds have been saturated, and we have been seeing quite a bit of heavy rain over this particular area over the last several weeks or so. So that is going to be something we're going to be watching out for the possibility of some flooding there, especially over Calcasieu and southern Beauregard parishes that picked up a good 2 to 3 inches of rain easily yesterday. And we can see that that line is starting to bow just a little bit more here over eastern Texas. So that's going to be heading in right into Calcasieu Parish here to around the Lake Charles area along the I-10 corridor. And then, of course, we've got the other rains that are fairly heavy here. North of that, that's in southern Beauregard, and then the extreme northern portion there of Calcasieu Parish right around DeQuincy. This will continue to push off toward the east. I'll go ahead and put it back into motion here. As you can see that line is moving fairly quickly at about 40 or so miles per hour. Looks like a bit of an outflow boundary trying to push out in front of that as well. So we might get some new development there over coastal areas of Cameron Parish, and then also pushing back into areas here into the Acadiana region. So right now, most of the showers and thunderstorms that have been over the immediate Acadiana region have been relatively calm. We have seen some showers and thunderstorms here over portions of Evangeline and southern sections of Allen Parish right along the Highway 190 corridor, and these are all moving off toward the east. And another hefty cell that's over the eastern part of St. Landry Parish, that is going to be crossing over the Atchafalaya River, pushing there into Point Capee and eventually into the Feliciana parishes, and east and west Baton Rouge Parish will probably get to see some of that heavy rain as well. But we're concentrating a little bit more here on the thunderstorms that are currently moving out of southeast Texas and into Calcasieu as well as Beauregard parishes. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that is now in effect. That's going to be until 4:45. And that's for southern Beauregard and most of central and western portions of Calcasieu Parish. A lot of towns are going to be affected by this particular thunderstorm as it moves off toward the east at about 40 miles per hour. The main threat are 70-mile-per-hour winds as well as quarter-sized hail. It is a radar-indicated thunderstorm, and there could be some hail, tree damage, as well as wind damage occurring for these particular areas coming up over the next several hours as this thunderstorm continues to move off toward the east. Some of those heavier downpours, though, have been producing some significant rainfall, especially there over portions of Calcasieu and Beauregard parishes. You folks picking up several inches of rain over the course of the day yesterday, and with that severe thunderstorm warning and those heavy downpours, we're going to continue to see that continuing to push into the region, and that's going to bring the possibility of some street flooding. Going to take a very short break here and kind of update the crawls for just a little bit, and we'll get back and we'll continue to watch this particular thunderstorm as it moves off toward the east. For now, I'll go ahead and leave the radar up, do a little bit of updating on the crawls, and we'll get back to it in about 5 minutes. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. I'll talk to you in just a minute. All right, I'm meteorologist Dave Baker back here on this Monday. It is 4 o'clock and we're watching some hefty thunderstorms that are moving off to the east. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for parts of Acadiana, including Cameron, Calcasieu, as well as southern parts of Beauregard Parish. And this is going to be in effect until 4:45 later on this afternoon. These thunderstorms are going to continue to bring some very heavy rains as well as winds as high as 70 miles per hour and perhaps some quarter-sized hail. Right now what we're looking at is the line of thunderstorms continuing to move in. Most of the warned area, it's kind of hard to see on here, but it is all of this right in here. So that includes Beauregard as well as Calcasieu, and this is Cameron Parish here down to the south. And these thunderstorms are all moving off to the east here at about 40 miles per hour. With that, we're going to be seeing the possibility of some very, very heavy rains moving across, and unfortunately, these are also areas that really have seen flooding rains over the past several days and weeks, so really can't hold on to a whole lot more rain there, especially over Beauregard and getting up into Vernon parishes. Now, this entire line is going to continue to push to the east, but be on the lookout, especially if you're there along the I-10 corridor there across portions of Calcasieu Parish. That would include areas right around Lake Charles, and then getting back along the western part of the I-10 corridor as well. Port Arthur, Orange is in the path of this storm, but here in Louisiana, Sabine Pass, Johnson Bayou, as well as Hackberry is in the path of this particular storm. Farther to the north, though, where the other severe thunderstorm warning that covers much of Calcasieu and parts of Beauregard parishes, the damage for this one is hail size about an inch. It's radar indicated, so that's quarter-sized hail there. And this warning will be out until 4:45. 70 mile per hour winds are possible with that particular line of thunderstorms. Lake Charles, Sulphur, as well as Moss Bluff and Vinton, Westlake and DeQuincy, Starks and Wrigley are all in the path of this particular storm. So if you live in those areas, watch out for this one as it moves eastward. It's going to be a pretty hefty storm, and there's a lot of lightning to go along with it. And unfortunately, as we said, there's been a whole lot of rain in those particular areas. So flooding is definitely a possibility. Make sure you don't drive through flooded roadways, but do be prepared for some flooding rains in these particular areas because your ground is already saturated and the rivers and bayous are already quite high, and these areas are also under a flood watch until 4 o'clock. The western portions of Louisiana, including Vernon, Beauregard, Allen, Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, and Cameron parishes, are all under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock. And as you can see, some of these bigger thunderstorms are moving off toward the east. Right now, we are watching a severe thunderstorm warning that covers most of this area right here, and that will be in effect until 4:45, so another 45 minutes or so. We'll go ahead and refresh the data here and get a new look at the radar and see where those heavier downpours are as they continue to slide off toward the east as they're crossing the Texas state line. Wouldn't be surprised to see some decent winds, especially right about in the area here over parts of Calcasieu Parish, right in this area, the western portion of Calcasieu. There's some indications there that we could see some very heavy rains and also some gusty winds, and that's going to be right there along the LA-12, I believe, is in that particular area. But in the extreme northwestern section of Calcasieu Parish, watch this area right here for the possibility of some damaging winds as this kind of rotates its way up toward DeQuincy here a little bit later on, probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. A little farther out, and we can see that the storms are moving across southeastern Texas and just about ready to cross the state line here into Louisiana. That's the state line basically going down towards Sabine Pass. So most of this has not reached Louisiana yet, but will here in the next several minutes. If you're going to be traveling there along Interstate 10, you do want to be on the lookout for this particular storm. This could cause some big problems, especially if there's hail associated with that. Might be best to postpone any travel if you're heading westward toward the Texas state line along I-10 or over along Highway 90. There's also LA 109 that kind of lifts northward there off the I-10, between I-10 and up towards Starks. They're right there on the extreme western part of our state. So that is going to be something, an area that you probably would want to avoid. And those are folks that are living in that area. This 109, LA 109 is right about in here. So, so you're about ready to get hit by that particular storm as it moves off toward the east. Take a look at the what's going on as far as the rains, and after a few more minutes we'll come back and we'll look at those thunderstorms once again as they move off toward the east. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today as we continue to watch severe weather moving across parts of Acadiana. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for Cameron, Calcasieu, as well as Beauregard parishes. The area that's right about in here, this is the warned area, and that's going to be until 4:45. One of the things I want to bring to your attention is the way the storm is bowing outward like that. And when you have that, you tend to get some damaging winds. So that's probably where we're going to be seeing the possibility of some of those 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is going to be just to the west of Westlake, and we'll be moving off toward the east over to around Moss Bluff and Lake Charles. Again, the area of the most concern is going to be right about in here. That's where those gusty winds are going to be, and then that's going to be sliding off toward the east. There's also the possibility that there could be some hail embedded in this particular storm. But even a little bit farther to the south, as you get down to the Cameron Parish line, you've got the heavy rains and the gusty winds, and then also coming across the marshes there of southwestern portions of Cameron Parish, we are starting to get into that heavy rain and wind as well. And all of that is going to be moving off toward the east. There's the bit of the line, and that's going to be heading eastward into parts of Vermilion Parish eventually, and also into Jeff Davis Parish too. Also wanted to bring to your attention the area right about in here. I'm going to go ahead and circle this particular area right about in here. This is an area that's now under a flash flood warning. It's for southwestern portions of Beauregard and northwestern portions of Calcasieu Parish, and we were kind of expecting the possibility of some flooding issues. This warning is going to be out until 7 o'clock. Radar indicated, as far as radar estimates, are showing somewhere between 1 and 2 inches of rain has already fallen in these areas, and an additional 2 to 4 inches of rain are possible in that warned area. So flash flooding is going to be pretty much ongoing or expected in that particular area. Again, just to remind you, do not walk or drive through high waters, but that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect there, or rather that flash flood warning is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock later on tonight. So let's go ahead and get back to this big line of thunderstorms where we have a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be in effect for just under 20 minutes or so. And I wouldn't be surprised if this thing holds together that we see additional warnings popped up farther to the east, which could possibly include the eastern part of Calcasieu, eastern Cameron, perhaps into southwestern Allen Parish, and then getting over into parts of Jeff Davis Parish. So that is something to be watching out for if you live in the areas a little bit farther off toward the west. It looks like we've got a tornado warning that has now just been posted, though. The tornado warning will be in effect until 5 o'clock, and this is going to be for central Calcasieu Parish. The warned area that we're talking about is basically right there where that bow is coming out. We'll zoom it in a little bit farther here, and this is the area right about in here that's going to be under this tornado warning. So go ahead and circle it. It has not come out on this particular graphic yet, but at 4:23, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Lunita, about 7 miles east of Starks, moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado. Flying debris could be in that area. This storm is going to be near Sulphur, Carlos, and Bueller around 4:30, Lake Charles, Westlake, and Moss Bluff around 4:35, and Gillis around 4:40. This would include Interstate 10 between mile markers 13 and 41, and I-210 between mile markers 1 and 12. Take cover in an interior room of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. Try to put as many walls in between you and the outside. There you can see the tornado warning there has now just been popped up. So as we're looking at the areas here, this is going to be moving into the central and northern portion of Calcasieu Parish. So you've got Moss Bluff right here. You've got Lake Charles right over here. Carlos a little bit farther down to the south in that part of the warned area. And we are also going to be seeing the Calcasieu River kind of running through there as well. So a tornado warning is in effect for this particular area. I'm going to see if I can pull up the velocities here real quick, and maybe we can get a little better idea of what the National Weather Service is seeing. And right about in this area, this is what we were talking about just a little while ago. You got a bit of rotation, so you got some winds going in different directions, and this is very close to the radar, so this is going to be a pretty good indication of what's happening in this particular area, and that is going to be moving off toward the east. So if you're in the path of this storm, anywhere in that tornado warning, you do want to be taking cover immediately. This tornado warning is going to remain in effect until 5 o'clock. So a tornado warning there for parts of Calcasieu Parish until 5 o'clock, and that is going to cause some concern there, especially as we're getting here toward the 5 o'clock drive, and that particular tornado warning is going to be in effect until 5 o'clock. So if you're going to be driving in those areas, you do want to take caution, maybe delay and take cover instead as that tornado warning continues to move off toward the east. And as we look at the velocities there, you can still see there's a pretty good area of rotation, and as that moves to the east, there could be some damaging winds and also some large hail. Going to stop here for just a second, update the crawls real quick. Give me a couple of minutes and I will be back with you, and we'll keep this radar up for right now. But again, a tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock for central parts of Calcasieu Parish. That will include the Lake Charles metro area. All right, 4:33 is your time here on this Monday afternoon. Still watching a tornado warning that is currently in effect for parts of Calcasieu Parish, and that's going to be moving off toward the east. You can see right there that tornado warning is going to be moving eastward. Again, that is going to be out until 5 o'clock. At 4:23, a severe thunderstorm was possibly producing a tornado west of Lunita, or 7 miles east of Starks in Calcasieu Parish, moving east at 45 miles per hour. It's a radar indicated rotation. Flying debris is going to be in that area with the winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. This storm is going to be near Sulphur, Carlos, and Bueller right about now, and Lake Charles, Westlake, and Moss Bluff within the next few minutes. Gillis at around 4:40. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for the areas right around that, but this is the area we're concerned about right now. That's a tornado warning that's in effect until 5 o'clock. as this severe thunderstorm continues to move to the east at 45 miles per hour. Parts of the region that we are most concerned with is where this particular cell has started to bow outward right about in here. And then there's also the possibility we've got some rotation right in that particular area there, and that's going to be west of Moss Bluff and just due south of DeQuincy. So right along that 171 corridor is where we're going to be seeing the problems with this particular storm. As it moves off toward the east, though, we are going to be seeing those damaging winds moving into portions of perhaps getting into Jeff Davis Parish and into Allen Parish as well. But that tornado warning still remains in effect and will stay in effect until 5 o'clock for the central part of Calcasieu Parish. It does appear that the severe thunderstorm warning, though, has now been extended across parts of Allen as well as parts of Jeff Davis Parish. A severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect until 5:30. This is going to be for these particular storms a little bit farther off toward the northeast. So we'll go ahead and look at these real quick. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect for parts of Evangeline Parish, Central Beauregard, North Central Calcasieu Parish, and Allen Parish, and that's going to be until 5:30. So that's going to be a very large area here, probably about like in this right here is where that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be. And as it does, it's going to be moving through Welsh and Fenton, Kinder, Oberlin, as well as Oakdale, and very close to Lake Arthur as well. So this is going to be sliding off toward the east at about, looks like at about 40 miles per hour with this particular storm. 60 mile per hour wind gusts are possible, quarter-sized hail as well, which could damage vehicles. Wind damage is possible as well. Oakdale, Kinder, Oberlin, Turkey Creek, Reeves, Dry Creek, and Singer, as well as DeQuincy, Mitty, Ragley, Grant, Longview, Harmony, Allen, and in Allen Parish. And then areas there across northern Jeff Davis Parish also could possibly get a skirt from this particular storm as it moves to the east. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect until 5:30. Those thunderstorms were located on a line extending from Bond northeast at around 15 miles per hour. So watching out that one as well. Let's get back over to this tornado warning that's currently over parts of Calcasieu Parish. It remains in effect here until 5 o'clock. This was issued about 20 minutes ago or so, and at 4:23 a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lunita, which is 7 miles east of Starks, moving to the east at around 45 miles per hour. Now this particular system is now storm has moved a little bit farther toward the east, and it is moving through Sulphur and approaching Westlake as we speak. And this is going to push through the Lake Charles metro area, continuing eastward there and clipping Moss Bluff before moving into parts of Jeff Davis Parish. So this, again, a tornado warning in effect until 5 o'clock as this storm moves across central parts of Calcasieu Parish eastward at about 45 miles per hour. Let's take a quick zoom out here and see what else we've got going on across Acadiana as we let all this load in here. Heavier downpours are still continuing here across portions of Evangeline and Allen Parish. Now this is all north of that 190 corridor. So this is an area that's going to be seeing not just the gusty winds and the small hail, but also the torrential rains are going to be coming down in these particular areas too. And these are regions that got some really heavy rain over the last couple of weeks. So flooding is going to be an issue there. And then, of course, you've got the severe thunderstorms with the tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning that covers all of this right here. And that's for this line of thunderstorms moving off toward the east. And this is a tornado warned storm because there's some rotation being indicated by the radar in that particular storm. Then, as we move a little bit farther toward the east, we've got a pretty good cell here across northern parts of St. Landry Parish and the eastern portion of Evangeline Parish. So that's going to be generally just to the northeast of Ville Platte and north of Washington as well. So that's going to be pushing into the north central portions of St. Landry Parish. The areas off to the west are under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock later tonight, but Those are generally where the severe thunderstorm and the tornado warnings are occurring at this moment. Tornado warning still remains in effect here across parts of Calcasieu Parish. That will remain in effect until 5 o'clock. So we've got another 20 minutes or so. This particular storm is moving to the east at about 45 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and get back in here and look pretty close at this area just to the west of Lake Charles, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Lake Charles is right about here. This is the radar site here that's down by the airport. So the area that we're watching, and if we go back over to the velocities here, we can see that there is a pretty good difference in direction of winds right here. So the possibility that we've got some rotating winds aloft, or possibly this is working its way down to the surface, and if it does, it is going to be moving off toward the east across much of Calcasieu Parish. So Lake Charles, the city of Lake Charles, is going to be in the path of this storm, as well as Moss Bluff. So if you live in the Lake Charles area or anywhere along and north of the I-10 corridor, and including the 210 corridor, if you live north of that area, you need to take cover immediately, as this storm really means business as it continues to push off toward the east. So as we get a little closer in here, just again, here's Lake Charles right here. You got Moss Bluff up here. And that rotation is starting to come together here pretty well, and will continue to move. Looks like it's just about ready to approach that 210 area there on the west side of Lake Charles. So this is going to be approaching the Calcasieu River, and Prien Lake and Carlos is all kind of in the path of that, but this is probably what we're looking at here. The radar data, a couple minutes old, so it may be a little farther to the east and affecting parts of Lake Charles already, and then that will be crossing over the 171 corridor here very shortly, with those winds and also the possibility of a tornado in this area. Let's go ahead and see if we're getting any updates on that particular one. Looks like the severe thunderstorm warnings are now all extended eastward into central and eastern parts of Cameron Parish. Cameron Parish is going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning until, looks like, 5:30 for that particular storm. And we've also got the tornado warning that we're watching right here that I've got on your screen that is currently impacting areas of the west side of Lake Charles, on the west side of the Loop, and this is moving to the east now at about 45 miles per hour. Going to get back to the radar level and see that we've got quite a bit of rain and a bit of a notch in that area as well. So we've got the winds that are kind of coming inward and rotating into this right here, and then there's a possibility, if we're going to be seeing any damaging winds, it's probably going to be in this particular area right here, and that's going to be moving across most of the Lake Charles area as we speak. Again, that tornado warning will remain in effect until 5 o'clock local time there in Lake Charles. And we've got a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect. Right now they cover Beauregard, as well as Evangeline. Allen parishes also under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be until 5:30. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Calcasieu and Jeff Davis Parish. That will also be in effect until 5:30. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 5:30, and that covers most of Cameron Parish. So if we zoom it back out, outside of that tornado warning, you can see as things refresh there, the orange boxes are what represents a severe thunderstorm warning. So you're really talking about this entire area now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30, and then you've got your tornado warning right here in the middle that's in effect until 5 o'clock. So areas there near Lake Charles, you do need to be in your safe place right now. Interior part of the building, lowest level, try to put as many walls between you and outside, and make sure that you aren't in any danger of any windows that would possibly be nearby. And make sure you cover yourself with whatever you can grab. Some pillows or blankets is always a good idea. and just crouch down low and wait for this storm to pass. Hopefully we're not going to be seeing any tornadic activity out of it, but the radar is indicating some pretty good rotation, and some of those signs there are showing the possibility that we might have a tornado already, or a tornado could be forming. So let's get back in and look at the velocities. And again, you've got some pretty crazy results here. Going basically right here across the heart of Lake Charles, right through the 210 loop, and then moving off toward the east. So this is going to be right over the heart of Lake Charles. Wait for this thing to continue to refresh in here so we can get the latest data. But as we do, we're going to hopefully get that, there it goes, get that in there. With the latest data that's coming in, we're talking about the 210. If you live within the 210 area of I-10 and 210 in Lake Charles, you need to be in a safe place as this thunderstorm continues to move off toward the east. I'm going to go ahead and put it into motion here, and we'll just kind of see the general direction. We'll see how well this loads in, but you can see the movement. Lake Charles, again, Lake Charles is right about here. And we've got the 210 loop that kind of comes around like this. So as that storm is approaching, you can see that the rotation in those areas there are continuing to move right into the Lake Charles, the heart of Lake Charles. So that is something we are pretty concerned about there. And there's the freshest radar right there. Again, I've got the loop, the Lake Charles loop, I-10, kind of like right there. And there's the loop that goes around. And then this is the airport where the radar site is. And this is where our rotation is right now. And that's going to be moving right over the heart of Lake Charles. If it hasn't already done so, we'll continue to watch this particular storm as it moves off toward the east. Let's go ahead and refresh the data just to make sure we're getting everything as current as possible with that particular tornado warning. Again, it is going to be in effect until 5 o'clock. The tornado warning does appear to still be up for another 13 more minutes. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. This dangerous storm is coming through Lake Charles and Moss Bluff right now, and the Le Bleu settlement around 4:45. So this is kind of an update to what we have for this particular storm moving across parts of Calcasieu Parish. It is a radar indicated tornado. I don't have any information that anything has been sighted, but the signatures that we're looking at here on the radar are pretty impressive. They're opening up just a little bit, but still it does look like many areas in Lake Charles are going to see a significant storm. At the very least, we're going to be seeing winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and the possibility of some hail to go along with it. Again, Lake Charles right there. This is the radar site down at the airport, and we've got Carlos right over here, and then Westlake is going to be right about in this area, right, oh, there it is, right about in that area, and then this area right here is going to be Sulphur. So all of those areas right there are under the gun with a tornado warning that's going to be in effect until 5 o'clock. Do another real quick refresh to get the latest on that data. Hopefully we can get a new frame for this particular radar. And you can see that is just now coming across the far southwestern sections of Lake Charles. So this is going to be coming basically across the 210 bridge that's on the west side of Lake Charles, and then moving right into the heart of the city, and then moving across along the 210 corridor as well. So that that tornado warning remains in effect until 5 o'clock. Let's kind of go back out here again, and we're going to look at some of the other areas. A big severe thunderstorm warning that covers a large part of southwestern Louisiana right now. This is going to be until 5:30. That's going to be basically this entire area right here that is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. Those thunderstorms moving to the east could produce winds as high as 70 miles per hour, and we've also seen the possibility of some large hail in this particular area too. The line of storms themselves are just kind of lining up right in here, but they're generally on an eastward track, so anywhere across Jeff Davis and Acadia Parish and western parts of Vermilion Parish, you'll be getting in on the action a little bit later on. Right now we have a tornado watch that's that's in effect for Vernon, Beauregard, Allen, Calcasieu, Jeff Davis, and Cameron parishes. We have a tornado warning that's currently in effect for Calcasieu Parish until 5 o'clock. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning that covers generally all of southwest Louisiana until about 5:30. And then most of Acadiana is under a flash flood watch, and that's going to be in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we also have a flash flood warning that's in effect for southern parts of Beauregard and northern parts of Calcasieu Parish, and that will be in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. So there are a lot of warnings out there at this point. We'll continue to watch these. Again, a tornado warning. We'll go ahead and stay with it for right now, but we've got a tornado warning that's in effect for Calcasieu Parish. That does include the city of Lake Charles. That's going to be until 5 o'clock. It is a radar indicated possible tornado developing or perhaps already there moving across. Keep in mind, there's a lot of rainfall with this particular storm, so there won't be any good views if there is an actual tornado here. It would most likely be rain wrapped and therefore very hard to spot. So it's best not to look for the tornado, but best to just go ahead and get to your shelter and get to the lowest level of your home or wherever you may be. Put as many walls in between you and the outside. Try to get in the center part of the house, away from any doors and windows, and then you can also try to cover yourself with some pillows and blankets, and that would protect you if there was any flying debris in that area. So that tornado watch, if you're watching, if you're just joining, we got a tornado warning that's in effect until 5 o'clock. It looks like this tornado warning is now going to be extended until 5:15. So that's going to include the remaining part of Calcasieu Parish eastward over to around Bell City. So looking at that, we're going to be seeing that 5:15 is now when that tornado warning is going to go into effect. And we're going to go ahead and look at some of the radar imagery there, and you can see that we are seeing that tornado warning right now moving across the city of Lake Charles. And as it does, it's going to produce some very strong winds as well as some very heavy rains. Do keep in mind this area is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock and a flood watch until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And flood warnings are not out of the question. We already have a flood warning for northern parts of Calcasieu Parish and southern Beauregard until 7 o'clock tonight, and that tornado warning that continues to move off toward the east as well. Trying to move along, try to get some of these other tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings cleared from the crawl on the bottom and make sure that these are updated. But the tornado warning that's in effect for Calcasieu Parish is going to be in effect until 5:15. So 5:15 now. It's been extended there just a little while. Also, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for a large part of Acadiana, especially over parts of Cameron, Calcasieu, as well as Beauregard, Allen, and Jeff Davis Parish. Pretty much all of you, including parts of Evangeline Parish, are now under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be until 5:30. So let me go ahead and update some of the crawls here. I'll keep an eye on this tornado warning. We'll go ahead and leave it up there, and you can see that how the tornado warning has now just been expanded just a little bit farther to the east. So it looks like it covers parts of Jeff Davis Parish as well, but that's going to be until 5:15. I'm going to step away from the mic for just a second, update the crawl real quick, and I'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes. All right, we're back here just before the 5 o'clock hour, and we're continuing to watch a tornado warning that's in effect until 5:15, and that's going to be covering parts of Calcasieu as well as portions of Jeff Davis Parish. This particular storm has been producing some damaging winds across parts of the Lake Charles area and will continue to lift off toward the east, eventually moving into portions of Jeff Davis Parish. So, as we go through the next several minutes, we'll watch this storm very closely as it moves off toward the east. But just to kind of give you an idea of some of the other things that are happening across the region, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for almost all of this area here, and that's going to be generally until about 5:30. And then right here is our tornado warning that's now going to be in effect until 5:15 over parts of Calcasieu as well as Jeff Davis Parish. So it looks like this is running just along and south of the I-10 corridor. It crossed over the western side of the I-210 and is now moving over the eastern side of the 210 now, and will continue to push eastward over to around Iowa. So Iowa is also in the path of this storm. Iowa is right about here. You got Bell City down here. So both of those towns are going to be in the path of this storm, and then it will gradually move into Jeff Davis Parish. But for about another 15 minutes, we've got a tornado warning that's in effect for Calcasieu and extreme western portions of Jeff Davis Parish. This storm has a history of some wind damage. It also has a history of some small hail. And with that little bit of rotation that we were seeing there for a while, we'll go ahead and look at the velocities. It doesn't look nearly as impressive right now, but you still can't rule out the possibility of some good straight line winds right about here, probably in excess of 60 miles per hour. So that can cause some damage, and don't be surprised if there's some hail embedded in this as well. So zooming it back out a little bit, we can see the general direction of this particular storm is going to be running basically back here toward the south and east, and it's going to be running off about that direction right there. So it is eventually going to be moving back into portions of Jeff Davis Parish. Let's go ahead and get back onto the Lake Charles radar, because it's a little closer to what we're looking at here. And the notch that we've got that is in this particular storm that we've been watching is right about in here. So that is going to be moving very close to Iowa. I think it may move just a little bit farther to the north of Bell City, but anytime you got a bowing out of the winds like that, or the storm like that as well, you could easily see some winds in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour, and that is going to cause some problems out there. We're getting a little bit of rain fade now because the heaviest amounts of rain are going right over the radar site at this point. So there's a possibility that we've got some hail coming down now over northern parts of Evangeline Parish. I want to try to snag the Fort Polk radar here and see what it looks like. And yeah, there's possibly some hail starting to come down here, and that is over around Pine Prairie. So that's just to the west of that LA 13 corridor, right about in here. This little area that we're looking here where you got the brighter colors on the radar, that may be an indication of some hail. We've had hail in these thunderstorms before. This particular area is kind of far from the actual radar site, so because the radar beam goes straight and the earth is curved, it may be hitting very, very high. This is the radar site here, so it's hitting very high in that part of the storm. So there may be some hail aloft. Whether or not this is getting down to the ground, we'll have to wait and see until we get some surface reports. But northern parts of Evangeline Parish is also under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it looks like that severe thunderstorm warning is now been extended and is going to be until 6 o'clock. So let's get back down in here now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to cover much of Avoyelles Parish as well as southern Rapides Parish, and it looks like northern parts of Evangeline and northern parts of St. Landry. So this area right here is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Evangeline, Avoyelles, northeastern St. Landry, and east central Allen Parish until 6 o'clock. A storm near the Allen Parish Airport was moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. There's a possibility of 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail with this particular storm. So that is going to be in effect until 6 o'clock. We'll also just take a real quick look here at this tornado warning that's down here to the south as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see some hail up there around Moss Bluff this time around. But just kind of looking at this radar image right here, it looks like maybe some of the indications of some of that rotation may be starting to fall apart now, which would be good news that we may not have any kind of a tornado. But the bad news is there's still a possibility of hail and also some damaging winds. So if you live in Iowa or Bell City, you need to watch out for this storm as it moves to the east at about 45 miles per hour. And that's going to be causing some issues there right along the I-10 corridor. Let's get back in here and look at the loop of everything that's going on right now. It is kind of a busy afternoon, but the bigger thunderstorms have remained to the south, but we're going to continue to concentrate on those storms that are currently moving right along the I-10 corridor. They really mean business, and there's going to be some heavy rain and some gusty winds, and those tornado warnings, as we said, looks like it has been extended yet one more time over parts of Cameron Parish. So let's go ahead and take a look at the details on that particular warning now, but it does look like it's part of Cameron Parish, and that's going to be also in effect, or that's going to be in effect until 5:30. So this will be for Cameron, South Central Jeff Davis, Southeastern Calcasieu Parish. Looks like a severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado, was located southeast of the Lake Charles Regional Airport, about 7 miles or so, and it was moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. Gusty winds, damaging winds is likely. The storm will be near the Lacassine National Wildlife Refuge as well as Hackett's Corner right here around 5 o'clock. So right about now is when that is going to be moving to the east. So that's kind of the same warned storm that we've been watching moving across parts of Calcasieu Parish, but now that warning extends into portions of Cameron Parish as well. So kind of a rural populated area there. Let's get back over to the other radar as we look at the closer view, but the areas that we're concerned with is right about in here. Northern parts of Cameron Parish now under a tornado warning until 5:30. Going to update the crawls. Give me about 5 minutes or so, and we'll get back and we'll talk about this tornado warning and anything else new that pops up in the next few minutes. All right, we'll get back into it. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. This is Acadiana weather today, covering severe thunderstorms that are currently moving across Acadiana. Right now, we're pretty much focused on extreme southwestern Louisiana here, where we've got 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. One is going to be expiring here in the next couple of minutes over Calcasieu Parish, while the other one covers much of northern parts of Cameron Parish, and then getting down into portions of Jeff Davis Parish until 5:30. We also have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect right now, covering Beauregard, Allen, Evangeline, Avoyelles, Rapides, St. Landry, Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, Cameron, and now western portions of Vermilion Parish as well, in anticipation of this very strong line of thunderstorms. It's had a history of producing winds in excess of 70 miles per hour, also some hail as well. And so far, we've also had at least a tornado warning storm, and it looks like a new tornado warning is now just popping up here that's covering parts of western Jeff Davis Parish. This one is going to be in effect now until 5:45. It's coming down just now. It's a tornado warning for central Jeff Davis Parish as well as east central Calcasieu Parish. This is an extension of the tornado warning that's been ongoing there across parts of Calcasieu Parish. Radar indicated rotation. The storm is going to be near Welsh and Fenton at about 5:15, so any minute now. Pine Island around 5:20, Jennings around 5:25, and other locations that could be impacted by this storm could be Roanoke as well as Lacassine, and includes Interstate 10 between mile markers 41 and 62. You do need to take cover immediately, as this storm means business, and as you take cover, make sure you move to the interior part of a sturdy building. Make sure you're staying away from doors and windows, and crouch down and cover yourself with blankets and pillows. That can also help you out quite a bit. But a tornado warning is now in effect until, this is going to be again until, looks like 5:45 for parts of Jeff Davis Parish as well as portions of Cameron Parish. So again, keep that in mind, a tornado warning in effect until 5:45 for east central Calcasieu Parish as well as central Jeff Davis Parish. So this is the area that we've been watching very, very closely. This storm rolling through Calcasieu Parish, it was a tornado warned storm as it moved across the Lake Charles area, and now that it's moving into Jeff Davis Parish, it is pretty dangerous still with that tornado warning. So we're going to kind of focus on that a little bit. Just to give you an idea of what's going on, we have a big severe thunderstorm warning that covers this particular storm, and that's going to be, I believe, until 5:30. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Cameron as well as Vermilion Parish. And I believe that one goes into effect, or has been in effect, and will stay in effect for another 15 minutes, so about 5:30. And then we have our tornado warnings that are currently here in the middle, and that covers Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, as well as Cameron Parish. And we'll go ahead and look at that one there. That's in effect until 5:45. So if you live there in portions of Jeff Davis Parish, especially in around, let's say, eastern Calcasieu Parish, rather, Bell City and Iowa, also Mermentau, Evangeline, Welsh, Lacassine, and Roanoke. If you live anywhere along LA 99 or 101 or the 165 going up toward Fenton and Woodlawn, you do need to be watching for this storm as well. And then getting down toward the Intracoastal Waterway, the Cameron Prairie National Wildlife Lacassine Refuge as well. And also Lake Arthur and Jennings should be paying very close attention to this storm as it continues to move off toward the east. And looks like, let me check the motion of this particular storm. It is moving to the east at around 40 miles per hour. So very, very powerful storm there across central parts of Jeff Davis Parish. And let's go ahead and take a look at the base velocities and just see what we've got. We had some good rotation earlier on this particular storm. Some rotation still there, but it does look like that rotation not quite as impressive as what we were seeing just a little while ago, but there is rotation there indeed. And so there could possibly be a tornado forming, and that is right there over the central part of Jeff Davis Parish. So we're talking about probably around Fenton is where that is. Woodlawn and Fenton is where that that particular storm would be. We'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit more and see what we got. Right there around Welsh. So it looks like it's moving along the I-10 corridor there between Lacassine and Welsh, and eventually Roanoke. You're going to be right down the road from this, and you are under the tornado warning as well. It looks like the worst of this may slip just to the south of Pine Island and Raymond, but also keep in mind that there's a significant wind all along this right here, so we could see winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, even in the zones that might not quite be where the rotation is currently happening. So I-10 basically just runs right about through here into Acadia Parish, and you can see that what we're looking at with that rotation is basically right there near the town of Welsh. So along the I-10 corridor there, that's where we're looking at the rotation currently. Let's look at a big picture real quick and kind of take a look at what we're looking at overall. Across Acadiana, a pretty hefty line of thunderstorms, and with that bowing out there over parts of Jeff Davis and Cameron, that seems to have what's been prompting some of these tornado warnings. And then we've also got some additional rainfall that's currently lifting up the coastline, so not out of the woods quite yet. There may be yet another round that could run over the southern sections here over the course of the evening hours, and got a few questions there on the chat there on the side asking about New Iberia. So I'm thinking probably if those storms hold there right along the Texas coastline and whatever decides to develop off toward the southwest, could be moving into your area sometime right about as it gets dark. Closer to the 7 to 8 o'clock time period is when I think those thunderstorms will be starting to slide over to around the New Iberia region. So a tornado warning still remains in effect there for Jeff Davis Parish until 5:45. That tornado warning is indicated by radar, and the rotation there is still hovering very, very close to the town of Welsh. So we'll get back to that particular radar again. And you can see that as we're looking at the rotation, right about near the town of Welsh is what we're looking at there. Going to go ahead and refresh the data real quick and just see if we can get a better view of where that rotation is. It may take just a couple of minutes before this loads in, but as it does, we'll be able to see a little bit better whether or not we've got rotation that's continuing. There's Jeff Davis Parish. There's the tornado warning, and yep, there's still some rotation there right around Welsh as it continues to move eastward along the I-10 corridor. So that is the area that we're the most concerned with, but all of Jeff Davis Parish, as this line of thunderstorms pushes through, could easily produce winds of 70 miles per hour. So we'll bring it back out again and we'll take a look at the base reflectivity. This is showing us how heavy the rains are. And I wouldn't be surprised if we had some small hail also in the western part of this storm. We've been kind of focusing more on the rotation, but back in this area here is probably where we're going to be seeing some hail. So if you live back toward Iowa, west of Welsh, that's probably the area where there's the possibility of some hail coming in there. Let's get back out here once again. Just want to kind of take a peek at what's happening over parts of northern Acadiana, especially over to around Jeff Davis Parish, or rather over toward Evangeline and St. Landry Parish. Right now, it looks like things are still producing some very heavy rain and also the possibility of some hail. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings that are posted for northern parts of St. Landry Parish, parts of Evangeline Parish, and into southern Avoyelles. And kind of wanted to look at that one real quick here. As you can see that there are areas of pockets that could possibly be some small hail here right across the extreme northern part of St. Landry Parish, just to the east of Morrow. And these areas here over southern parts of Avoyelles Parish really got hit hard yesterday with the very heavy rains up around Bunkie and then over to around Cottonport, also getting some very heavy rains, and into northern Evangeline Parish Parish as well. So having these rains continuing to move in those areas is going to cause some flooding problems once again, and the entire region is under a flash flood watch until 7 o'clock later tonight. And with that, we'll see those heavy rains possibly producing anywhere between 2 and 4 inches before things are said and done. Now, this storm, this line of thunderstorms is moving eastward at a pretty good clip now. It's covering much of Jeff Davis Parish, which is still under a tornado warning until 5:45. But you folks that live in Acadia Parish are basically up next. So you want to be looking for this particular storm, especially if you live around the Jennings area, Crowley, Iota, Evangeline, and Mermentau. You guys are next in line, as well as Lake Arthur too, and Morse a little bit farther down toward the south. So if you live along I-10, Highway 90, LA 92, LA 26, 97, 91, or 13, you're going to be in the path of this storm as it continues to move off toward the east. And it has been a very dangerous storm. We've seen some rotation, and that's why the tornado warning has been prompted here over Jeff Davis Parish. And as it does, with the rotation possible, we could see at least some wind damage, but possibly a tornado. But we still have that rotation that's continuing here across the central part of Jeff Davis Parish, right along the I-10 corridor there, over right around Welsh. So if you live in eastern parts of Jeff Davis Parish or western portions of Acadia Parish, you want to be on the lookout for this storm, as it's going to be moving across over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Now, it looks like a severe thunderstorm warning is being posted now that would now include Acadia as well as parts of Jeff Davis Parish, or rather Lafayette Parish. So we'll go ahead and read this one. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. It covers Cameron Parish, Lafayette Parish, Jeff Davis, Acadia, and Northern Vermilion Parish. All of these areas will be under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock. A strong line of thunderstorms near Welsh is moving east at 50 miles per hour. Winds of 70 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail will be possible. It's a radar-indicated storm. So locations that will be impacted include Lafayette, Crowley, Abbeville, Eunice, Jennings, Scott, and Rain, Kaplan, Church Point, Welsh, Lake Arthur, Iota, Gadon, Mermentau, Fenton, Lacassine, the National Wildlife Refuge, Klondike, Evangeline, Dusson, as well as Maurice. So there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's now covering parts of Lafayette Parish, as well as Acadia, Jeff Davis, Vermilion, Cameron Parish as well. And that's going to be until 6 o'clock. Very, very gusty winds are going to be coming in with this particular severe thunderstorm. So just to kind of give you an idea of how large of an area that we're looking at that's under this new severe thunderstorm warning, it basically covers all of this area right up in here, and then it goes into the western parts of Lafayette Parish. So again, all of these areas and any of those towns that I mentioned, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning now up until a little bit later on this afternoon. I believe the time on there was 5:45. So you want to be, or 6 o'clock rather, for that storm. And then areas of St. Landry Parish, you should also be watching out for this particular storm too. Let's pull it out a little bit farther and look at the big picture. We've got a lot of rain that's moving across the region, several severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings that are still in effect, one that's going to be expiring here very, very soon. But we also have a severe thunderstorm watch that covers the western parishes until 8 o'clock, a flood watch for most of Acadiana until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Moving this back into motion here, giving you an indication of where these thunderstorms are going. If you live in Jeff Davis or Acadia Parish, you should have already taken cover, especially if you live west of LA 13 there in Acadia and into Vermilion parishes. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for those areas and a tornado warning that's in effect until 6 o'clock there for the central part of Jeff Davis Parish. And that does not include the city of Jennings, but it very well could be a strong to severe severe storm as it moves off toward the east. Those warnings are now starting to look like it's kind of being dropped off a little bit. The tornado warning will still remain in effect for another 18 minutes or so here, just to the west of Jennings. So if you live there west of LA 26 in Jeff Davis Parish, you are currently under a tornado warning. That would also include areas along Highway 90 and I-10. If you live near LA 1126, 382, 99, 102, you should be taking cover immediately. LA 101 a little farther to the south, and also LA 14 LA 101 to the west and LA 14 down to the south. That's an area that needs to be watching very closely as this storm continues to push back in. Now, the thunderstorms, as we speak, are sliding across that I-10 corridor, and where we've seen the possibility of some rotation has been over central parts of Jeff Davis Parish. Want to go ahead and get back to that closer view there, and the tornado warning still remains in effect for a small area right about in that area, and that's going to be up here for about another 15 minutes or so. The possibility of rotation is probably right in this area, but anywhere along this entire line could see winds as high as 70 miles per hour and also some small hail. Let's go ahead and look a little bit closer here, and it's Jeff Davis and Acadia Parish and northern parts of Vermilion. If you live near Lake Arthur, the storm seems to be bowing out a little bit more in that area as well. So you probably got a scary looking sky coming in from the west. This could easily produce winds up to 60 miles per hour, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was some small hail, perhaps back here just to the west, a little more embedded in that thunderstorm. So if you're down along the LA 14 corridor, getting down toward Lake Arthur, you want to watch this storm very, very closely. I'm going to take a very short break here as we watch these storms move to the east and wait for any new warnings to pop up and try to update the crawl there at the bottom of the screen. Give me a couple of minutes and I'll be back, and we should get back into more severe weather coverage here on Acadiana Weather Today. Okay, friends, it's 5:33. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker, and we're still watching severe weather moving across much of Acadiana. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect for the far western sections, including Beauregard as well as Allen into Vernon, Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, and Cameron parishes. That will be until 8 o'clock. The entire area is under a flash flood watch until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. We have a flood warning that's in effect for southern parts of Beauregard and northern parts of Calcasieu Parish until 7 o'clock this evening, and we have a tornado warning that still remains in effect for parts of Jeff Davis Parish, and that's going to stay in effect until 5:45. But it looks like this tornado warning may now be expanded until 6 o'clock. It now includes eastern Jeff Davis Parish as well as western Acadia Parish right until 6 o'clock. That tornado warning is a storm that's located near Evangeline, moving to the east at 65 miles per hour. Radar indicated this time around the storm will be near Jennings, Iota, Mermentau, Evangeline, and Egan right about now, and then Crowley, Maxey, and Mowata around 5:40. Other locations that could be impacted are Hathaway, Midland, Roanoke, and Esterwood, including I-10 between mile marker 58 and 84. You do need to take cover immediately. The area that we're talking about now covers right about in here, so it is going to cover parts of Crowley, central and western portions of Acadia Parish, and this tornado warning is going to be in effect until 6 o'clock. So if you live in Egan, Iota, Evangeline, Crowley, over to around Rain and Roberts Cove, Lions Point, and Morse, Esterwood and Mermentau, you are all under a tornado warning until 6 o'clock. You need to move to the interior part of the house, or the lowest level of the house. Make sure you move into an interior room. Put as many walls between you and outside. Stay away from windows and try to cover yourself with some pillows and some blankets. That can always protect you from any kind of flying debris. So a tornado warning is now in effect for eastern Jeff Davis Parish, western Acadia Parish until 6 o'clock. At 5:30, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Evangeline and Jennings, moving to the east at 65 miles per hour. The storm is going to be near Jennings, Mermentau, and Evangeline and Egan right now, and Crowley, Maxey, and Mowata should see the storm rolling in sometime around 5:40. So that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect again until 6 o'clock. So let's go ahead and get you back on that closer view. That's the extension of the tornado warning. Sorry, I had the other graphic on there as I was trying to read all of this stuff on the warning. But Acadia Parish, you are now under the gun. As expected, we were going to be seeing that severe thunderstorm moving in. So let's get in here a little bit closer. Jennings, you are seeing the thunderstorm right now. Esterwood, it's right on your doorstep. Earlier, we were seeing some of the base velocities here, and that was showing the areas right about in here. Still seeing a little bit of rotation possibly as it moves eastward. So LA 91, 97, and 98 are all in that area. Also, Highway 90 and I-10 is there as well. So let's get back over to the base reflectivity, and we'll see how heavy those rains are currently coming down over there. And there you can see the tornado warning that's in place right now. Let's go ahead and draw it around the box. That is the tornado warning right there. And then this is Acadia Parish right over in this particular area. And then you've got Jeff Davis Parish that's over in this area right here. So the tornado warning covers both Jeff Davis as well as Acadia Parish, and it is moving eastward very, very quickly. But don't just focus on where that tornado warning is, because anywhere along this right here could easily see damaging winds in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. And there's a pretty good chance there's going to be some hail in there as well. So let me go ahead and update the crawl one more time. We're going to keep an eye on this. I'll keep it up for right now. Just give me 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to update the crawl with this new tornado warning, and we'll get back to severe weather coverage. Hi, Acadiana, 5:39 is your time. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today as we continue to watch severe weather moving across Acadiana. We have a number of tornado warnings that have been posted already, and one in particular right along the I-10 corridor across Jeff Davis as well as Acadia Parish now under a tornado warning, and that's going to be in effect until about 6 o'clock. So if you live along the I-10 corridor there, anywhere between Crowley, Hathaway, Midland, Roanoke, Esterwood, or anywhere between mile markers 58 and 84 on I-10, you are now under a tornado warning. This has been a tornado warned storm now since this storm entered central parts of Calcasieu Parish. It was under a tornado warning as it moved across Lake Charles and then into Iowa, and then over into Welsh and Lacassine before now moving into the eastern part of Jeff Davis Parish across toward Jennings. And now the storm, at least the worst part of the storm, looks like it's going to be moving just to the north of Crowley, but Iota is now seeing this particular rotation starting to slide into your area, and that's going to continue to move off toward the east. So if you live in Maxey or around Crowley or even over to around Church Point, I would be very wary of this particular storm as it moves to the east. Now, basically all of Acadia Parish that's outside of the tornado warning is under a severe thunderstorm warning. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that covers western Lafayette Parish and northern sections of Vermilion Parish too. And that's kind of all associated with this whole line of thunderstorms that's continuing to race off toward the east. So here in Lafayette, it does look like we're going to be seeing some of those gustier winds getting here probably around the 6 o'clock hour. So as that continues to move to the east, you can't rule out areas along LA 14, Kaplan, Abbeville, and Guédon, as well as Lake Arthur, are also going to be seeing the very gusty winds coming in with this particular storm. You can see how the whole line stretches now from about Bunkie down across the eastern parts or western parts of St. Landry Parish. Then you got that little notch there in Acadia, and that's where we're most concerned about the possibility of a tornado. And then the winds that extend here across central Acadia and then drift their way down into Vermilion and Cameron parishes, those areas could easily see winds as high as 70 miles per hour. So some damaging winds and some large hail is going to be possible there as well. As we look at the big picture, you can see one large area of rain that's coming through, and that's going to continue to pass across Acadiana over the next several hours. And then if you look a little bit farther toward the southwest, we do have some more thunderstorms that have developed out in the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico right up the upper Texas coast. So as we look at those a little bit closer, these are also going to be starting to move off toward the northeast, so these could easily impact parts of Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes if they grow and hold together. We'll see that developing later on this evening and into the early overnight period, but I'm hoping that most of this goes ahead and clears out of the way as we go through time and we get most of this out of the way before it gets too dark outside. Because right now it's already pretty hard to see any of the tornadoes coming in this direction, even where we have the tornado warnings. And the reason is because there's so much rain wrapping around these tornadoes that the visibility on that is pretty low. So you're not going to be able to see these tornadoes coming. So again, let's talk a little bit more about that tornado warning that is still currently over Acadia and Jeff Davis Parish. So again, we'll kind of outline the area right there. That does include Crowley. It also includes Midland. It includes Roanoke, as well as Esterwood is in this tornado warning. And generally anywhere between mile markers 58 and 84 on the I-10. Jennings, Iota, and Mermentau, you've probably have dealt with this, as well as Evangeline and Egan, but Crowley, Maxey, and Mowata, you are starting to get into the action now, and it looks like those heavier downpours are going to continue. Esterwood, and Morse, looks like you guys are right on the edge of this as well. And then this is going to start to move into areas right around Crowley. So Crowley, you probably got some dark skies just to your west, but you're also probably starting to see at least some of the rain. The town of Rain and Dusant and Branch, if you're looking out towards your west, most likely you're going to be seeing this storm coming. Very, very dark skies off toward the west, with the heavy rains there. So if you live along I-10, Highway 90, and LA 13 across central parts of Acadia Parish, you are under a tornado warning. If you live in the southern part of the parish there down around Morse, I would be on the lookout for the possibility of some hail, and hail could be impacting areas over to around Esterwood as well, and then into Lyons Point along that LA 92 corridor down to the south. So anywhere between 92, 13, 91, and 14 down to the south. If you live in that area, you're probably going to be experiencing some very heavy rain, if not possibly seeing some hail moving in that particular area. We'll move it out a little bit more. Severe thunderstorm warnings galore. They're covering just about all of St. Landry, much of Evangeline now, Lafayette, Acadia, Vermilion, Cameron, Jeff Davis Parish also under severe thunderstorm warnings. And many of the severe thunderstorm warnings that we're seeing up north, stretching from Marksville to Bunkie to Ville Platte and then southwestward from there, not only are we dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning, but almost all of these areas right here are also now under a flood warning. These areas picked up several inches of rain over the last several days, including 2 to 4 yesterday and an additional 2 to 4 coming down today. So if you live up on that Highway 190 corridor or there in between, most likely you are seeing some very heavy rain and also the possibility of flooding. So flood warnings have been posted. So let's go ahead and looks like our tornado warning may have gone ahead and been dropped. So we're still looking at severe thunderstorm warnings. So what we're seeing here is still some old data, but the tornado warning appears to have been dropped. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's now in effect until 6:30, and that's going to include areas here in Lafayette, and winds are going to be in excess of 70 miles per hour, and there could be some large hail as well. So it looks like we're getting a new update here with a new severe thunderstorm warning that's probably going to be an extension of what we're seeing right now. We'll go ahead and refresh the data, and the tornado warning that was in effect for Acadia Parish has now been dropped, but all of those areas in yellow are under a severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Vermilion, Lafayette, Acadia, Jeff Davis, and parts of Cameron Parish, and we still have a severe thunderstorm warning covering parts of Evangeline, northern St. Landry, and parts of Avoyelles Parish as well up to the north. So severe thunderstorm warnings is what we're talking about right now. I'm going to go ahead and clear out the crawl. Give me a couple of minutes. We'll come back and we'll discuss more of these thunderstorms moving across Acadiana, including a new severe thunderstorm warning, again, that does cover northern Iberia, Lafayette Parish, Acadia, Vermilion, St. Martin, and St. Landry, and that's going to be until 6:30, and that's basically going to be covering everything that's east of the current warning that we're seeing on there right now. So that'll be a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. Winds could be as high as 80 miles per hour. I'm going to get the updated crawl, clear my throat a little bit, and we're going to get back to severe weather coverage here on Acadiana Weather Today. Hi, Acadiana. Your time right now is 5:51. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. You're watching Acadiana weather today as we continue to watch severe weather move across the Acadiana region. Meanwhile, we're looking at those heavy thunderstorms. And all the tornado warnings have now expired, but we are looking at a pretty big severe thunderstorm warning that covers much of Jeff Davis, Acadia, western portions of Lafayette, down into Cameron and Vermilion. And then there's a new severe thunderstorm watch that's been posted now for parts of St. Landry, Lafayette, and getting into St. Martin and Iberia parishes as well. It also includes much of Vermilion Parish too. These thunderstorms are moving to the east at about 60 to 70 miles per hour, and we're also seeing some hail now across southern parts of Acadia Parish and northwestern sections of Vermilion Parish. Now, we're starting to hear some thunder here in Lafayette, and the skies are getting quite dark, and we're going to be seeing these heavier downpours starting to come in over the next couple of hours. But you can see it's a pretty hefty line of thunderstorms stretching across southern Avoyelles, across into eastern, or rather western portions of St. Landry, and then it gets into Acadia Parish, then it dips its way down into parts of Vermilion Parish. All of this is moving off toward the east at about 50 to 60 miles per hour, and we have seen some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as some large hail. So a severe thunderstorm warning covering just about that entire area. As we look back out, you can see that we've got another round of thunderstorms that's farther toward the southwest now over the Gulf of Mexico, but that's going to run along the Cameron Parish coast. So give it about an hour or so, and that could be impacting parts of Vermilion Parish. And if it continues to lift toward the northeast, it might even clip parts of Acadia and Lafayette Parish later on in the day. But we are going to focus a little bit more on the thunderstorms that are basically moving along the I-10 and the Highway 190 corridor and then stretching down to the 14 as well. There's a look at the line of thunderstorms with the heaviest amounts of rain now right on the border of Acadia, Vermilion, and into Lafayette Parish. And then the line is also bowing out a little bit more up here across central parts of St. Landry. So if you live near Opelousas, when this storm rushes in here, it's going to have some pretty good winds going along with it. You've got another little notch here right around Church Point. That would be another area that I'd watch very closely for damaging winds. And then yet another area where the line is bowing out a little bit more over northern parts of Vermilion Parish. So if you live between Guédon and Kaplan, you're probably seeing this pretty intense line of thunderstorms now starting to come on in. Those severe thunderstorm warnings have continued to be posted, and it looks like we've got another tornado watch, or rather severe thunderstorm watch, that has just recently been posted. And this is going to cover our eastern parishes, and this is going to be until midnight. So as we go through, we're looking at Acadia, Avoyelles, Evangeline, Iberia is going to be in this. Lafayette is going to be under this watch as well. St. Martin, St. Mary, and Vermilion parishes. So we've got quite a few of the Acadiana region, quite a large part of the Acadiana region will be under this new tornado watch, and that's going to be in effect until midnight. So that's going to be rushing on through. So now we're looking at a tornado watch, or rather a severe thunderstorm watch for a good part of Acadiana, at least until midnight. So as we watch these thunderstorms continue to move east, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for a good part of Acadiana. That's going to be until 6:30 as these thunderstorms continue to move east. Going to go ahead and put it back on the radar in motion. Going to take a break here for just a second and update the crawl with our new tornado watch, and we'll get back to covering severe weather here in just a little bit. You're watching Acadiana Weather Today. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. Hi, Acadiana. I'm meteorologist Dave Baker. As we're coming up on the 6 o'clock hour here in Acadiana, we've got a lot of thunder and some dark skies here in Lafayette. And we can see that those heavier rains are now moving out of Acadia Parish. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect for a large part of Acadiana. That's going to be up until 6:30, and that's going to cover Lafayette, parts of Iberia and St. Martin Parish, as well as St. Landry and St. Mary and Vermilion. And that is our biggest severe thunderstorm warning that we have out there right now. But we've also got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for parts of Evangeline, Acadia, Avoyelles, and St. Landry until 6:30. And then the other severe thunderstorm warning that we have that covers northwestern Iberia, Lafayette, Acadia, Vermilion, St. Martin, and St. Landry will also be in effect until 6:30. So basically everything you're seeing right in this area right here is now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30, and it's all due to these thunderstorms that are continuing to move off toward the east. Don't be surprised down here in the southern part of Acadia Parish, extreme northern Vermilion, and extreme western portions of Lafayette Parish, seeing the possibility of getting up to possibly getting up to about quarter-sized hail in that particular area. So that is something that we'll be watching very, very closely with those rains continuing to move off toward the east. And then the damaging winds are going to be most likely here across parts of St. Landry Parish, especially here into central St. Landry. That's an area right there to the west of Opelousas. Could possibly see some damaging winds coming through that. So a severe thunderstorm warning is in that area too. As we look at the big picture, we can see the rounds of thunderstorms. One round is coming through the central part of Acadiana right now. Another round of severe weather is going to be possible back here to the southwest. That's going to be moving right along the Cameron Parish coast and continuing to move eastward over the course of the evening, and could cause some severe weather issues over parts of St. Martin, Iberia, and into St. Mary parishes as well. But initially, this line of thunderstorms developed over Texas and continues to move off toward the east. Very heavy rains there now moving into western portions of Lafayette Parish. Flooding rains possible over parts of St. Landry, Evangeline, into Acadia and Vermilion. And then we're possibly talking about some small hail that could be coming down here over western parts of Lafayette Parish and northern Vermilion. So if you live north of the LA 14 corridor, but maybe south of LA 92, you're going to be seeing the possibility of some hail in that particular area of Acadia and Vermilion parishes. Let's get a little bit closer in. This is right around the Indian Bayou area. And LA 13, LA 14, and 167. Those are the areas where the kind of the boundaries of where we're going to be seeing those particular thunderstorms. But in and around Indian Bayou, down along LA 35, you've got 342, 92, LA 699 is in that particular area. Getting down toward Mo, that's LA 696 and 697. And then Abbeville, you are in the path of this particular storm. So once that starts to move a little bit farther to the east, Abbeville is going to be under the gun for that storm as well. Abbeville right about in there. So you're right on the doorstep of this, and you can see here in Lafayette, we are seeing the city of Lafayette right about in here. So the western sections over towards Scott and Dusson, you are now seeing some of these heavier rains starting to come in. Severe thunderstorm warning covers much of St. Landry Parish as well. We can see here going up to around, let's say, Bayou Current and up into the northern sections up toward Morrow, getting very heavy rains. But the leading edge of this, with a little bit of a bow there, right around Opelousas, we're seeing the possibility of some damaging winds, and that is going to be moving eastward over to around Port Barry here in the next half an hour or so. Back toward the panhandle of St. Landry Parish as you get over into areas around Eunice and Lobdell as well. You're also seeing some mighty rains there around Church Point with some heavy downpours right now, and that extends down to around Dussault, Indian Bayou, and then stretching into northern parts of Vermilion Parish. So anywhere along those areas are going to be seeing not just the possibility of some damaging winds, but also some flooding rains and the possibility of some small hail. Do want to remind you that a large part of Acadiana is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock. That would include our western parishes of Beauregard, Vernon, Allen, Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, and Cameron, and then eastern portions of Acadiana, which would include Rapides, Voiles, as well as Evangeline and St. Landry, Acadia, Lafayette, St. Martin, Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary are now under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. Hopefully we don't need to be working with all this until midnight, but the initial round of storms here probably going to push into Lafayette by 6:15. I would guess Opelousas is getting the rains right now. Over toward Abbeville, you're probably talking about 6:10. You'll see the heavy rains coming in, and then New Iberia, you're probably looking closer to 7 o'clock when the big stuff starts to come in. But these are moving off toward the east fairly rapidly, so we can see the direction of movement. Most of this is moving due east, so it does appear that just about everybody is going to at least get some heavy downpours for some time, but it does look like the storms are making faster progress, so maybe the rains, although they will be heavy for a brief time, may not stay heavy for a long time and might be able to avoid some of the flood warnings that we've seen. Also, the southern parts of Acadiana have seen a lot less rain compared to our friends up north, so we should be able to handle a little bit more rain over parts of Lafayette and Vermilion parishes compared to what you folks have seen up into Evangeline as well as into parts of St. Landry Parish. So very heavy downpours are going to be coming in, a lot of lightning to go along with these thunderstorms as well, and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until about 6:30, covering a good chunk of Acadiana. That would include Iberia Parish, Lafayette Parish, Acadia Parish, Vermilion, St. Martin, and St. Landry, and that's until 6:30. Winds possibly could be as high as 80 miles per hour. And there could be some small hail to go along with it as well. So these storms have really packed a punch as they've moved off toward the east, waiting to hear from some of the storm reports. But we do know that we're getting ongoing flooding over our northern sections, and we're also seeing, we've seen some wind damage and some hail damage over parts of Acadiana as well, especially over the western sections so far. So let's get back as we look at the warnings that are covering a large part of Acadiana, and there are the heavy rains, and the rains are just now pushing in to the central part of Lafayette Parish. So we are starting to see the heavy downpours moving into the middle part of the parish right now, and those are going to continue to move off toward the east. Looks like the heavy downpours are just now starting to cross over Johnston Street and moving through Maurice, the central part of Lafayette, and we've got a new tornado warning that has just come down. This is a tornado warning for Lafayette Parish and East Central Acadia Parish until 6:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, little power flash that we're having here in the studio, but it looks like radar indicated tornado was located near Scott and moving east at about 65 miles per hour. So Lafayette, Scott, Brobridge, Carencro, and Broussard are in the path of this storm, and also it looks like St. Martinville, Henderson, and Cecilia is going to be seeing that as well. And wow, some serious winds coming through here in the mid-city right now, just very, very loud. And on top of that, it looks like it just started opening up in buckets. But boy, we've got some big winds that are whipping through here in the center part of Lafayette. So again, these storms do mean business. And as this rushed through, it was very, very loud here. It still is very loud as the winds are just screaming across much of Lafayette Parish. We can see the very heavy rains that are coming down as well here in the middle part of the city, and those winds are really, really really kicking there for a while. And the rain is coming down so hard that there's really not a lot of visibility out there either. So hopefully folks are taking cover and taking this storm very seriously, as we're now actually seeing the impacts here in Mid-City here in Lafayette. Haven't seen any hail, but boy, those winds were really screaming there for just a couple of seconds, and the power kind of clicks on and off a